You cannot arrive at the truth gradually. Either you are in the dark or you are in the light. The jump is everything. The mind is a constant noise, but the quantum leap happens in the absolute silence between two thoughts. You are not a person. You are a process. Stop trying to fix the you and jump into the unknown. Enlightenment is not a destination. It is an explosion. The sudden disappearance of everything you thought you were. Don't try to climb a ladder to reach the divine. Just jump, and you will find that the divine was always there. My beloved ones, you have been waiting for a long time. Not just in this life, but for centuries, through many lives. You have been waiting for something to happen, for some light to descend, for some miracle to transform your misery into bliss. You look at the years passing by and you ask yourself, why haven't I changed? I have read the scriptures, I have practiced meditations, I have followed the teachers, yet I am the same. The same anger, the same greed, the same restless mind. Before we go deeper into this mystery, if you feel this surge in your heart, I invite you to join our community here by hitting that subscribe button. It is not just a button, it is a way for us to stay connected in this ocean of consciousness. And as we sit here together, if a particular thought touches your soul, share it in the comments. Your reflection might be the light someone else is looking for today. The reason you haven't changed is very simple, yet very difficult for the mind to grasp. You have been trying to change gradually. You think that if you practice a little bit every day, one day you will reach the goal. But truth is not a destination. It is not something far away that you have to reach by walking. Truth is your very being. You cannot reach it gradually. Either you have it or you don't. It is like a light in a room. Can you have gradual light? Can you say, I will turn on the light slowly, step by step, over 10 years? No. Either the room is dark or it is lit. There is no middle ground. This is what Zen calls the quantum leap. A jump from the mind to no mind. Not a bridge, but a jump. A bridge connects 2 points, but a jump happens across a vacuum. I remember a beautiful meeting between a scholar, Rio, of Cezanne and the great Zen master Baso. Rio was a man of great knowledge. He knew all the sutras. He was a professor, a man of letters. Baso, being a master, didn't care for letters. He cared for the spirit. Baso asked him, "What sutra are you lecturing on?" Rio replied with pride, "The Mind Sutra." Baso looked at him and asked a very strange question. "By what do you lecture?" Rio, surprised, said, "With my mind, of course." Now this is where most of you are. You live with the mind, you think with the mind, you even try to meditate with the mind. But Baso said to him, "The mind is like an actor." The meaning of the sutra is like a jester. The six senses are like your acquaintances. How can the mind, this actor, this pretender, lecture on a sutra that speaks of the ultimate truth? Rio was a scholar, so he tried to be clever. He retorted, "If the mind cannot lecture, can't no mind?" Baso smiled and said, "Yes, no mind can lecture all right." Rio, feeling he had won the argument, dusted his sleeves and began to walk away. He thought he had outsmarted the master. But as he was leaving, Baso called out to him, "Professor!" Rio turned back. In that moment of turning, in that sudden split second where the mind was not expecting anything, Baso looked into his eyes. That turning back is the secret. The mind is always looking forward, looking for a result, looking for a how-to. But the reality is always behind you, in your center. This scholar was full of the Mind Sutra, but he didn't know the mind itself. He knew about the mind, but he didn't know the silent space from which the mind arises. You see, my friends, many of you are like Rio. You are experts in spirituality. You know all the terms: nirvana, Satchidananda, awareness. But these are just words. Words are like the jester Baso talked about. They entertain you. They make you feel clever, but they don't transform you. If you find these insights valuable and want to help us keep this flame alive, you can use the Super Thanks feature below. Your support allows these teachings to reach those who are still lost in the words, helping them find the silence beyond. The mind is a circular process. It moves in ruts. It is like a gramophone needle stuck in a groove. It repeats the same patterns. You get angry, you repent, You decide not to be angry again, and then you get angry again. The repenting is also part of the mind. The deciding is also part of the mind. You are just moving from one corner of the room to another, but you are still in the same room. The quantum leap means stepping out of the room altogether. It means realizing that the I who wants to change is the problem. You cannot change the ego. You can only drop it, but the ego is very cunning. It says, okay, I will help you drop the ego. Let's practice a technique. And then you become a spiritual ego. You start thinking you are better than others because you meditate for 2 hours a day. You have just changed the clothes of the ego. Before it was worldly, now it is religious. But the actor is the same. In my book, Zen, the Quantum Leap from Mind to No Mind, I talk about this fundamental shift. It is not an evolution. Evolution is for the body. The soul does not evolve. The soul is already perfect. It only needs to be recognized. It is like a mirror covered with dust. You don't evolve the mirror, you just wipe the dust. The wiping is the leap. Think about the Buddha. He tried for 6 years to find the truth. He did everything. He fasted until he was just skin and bone. He practiced every yoga posture. He followed every teacher. And after 6 years, he realized he was still as far away as ever. In fact, he was further away because now he was also exhausted. One night he gave up. He realized that the seeker was the obstacle. He ate some food given by a village girl, Sujata, and he slept under a tree. He didn't meditate that night. He didn't try to do anything. He just was. And in the morning, as the last star was disappearing in the sky, he looked at it. In that moment, there was no Gautama Siddhartha looking at the star. There was just the looking. The observer was gone. Only the observation remained. That was the quantum leap. He didn't become a Buddha through 6 years of effort. He became a Buddha in the moment he dropped the effort. Many of you ask me, Osho, how can I be silent? The very question how is the mind. How means you want a method, a bridge. You want to go from A to B. But silence is not at point B. Silence is the space in which A exists. Stop asking how. Just see the futility of the mind. See that the mind is a noise. When you deeply understand that the mind cannot lead you to truth, In that very understanding, the mind loses its grip. It becomes quiet. Not because you forced it to be quiet. Forced silence is just a suppressed noise, but because you saw its limitations. It is like being in a dark room and trying to fight the darkness with a sword. You will only get tired. You don't fight darkness. You just bring in a small candle. The moment the candle is there, where is the darkness? Did it go out the door? Did it hide under the bed? No, it was never there. It was just an absence of light. Your misery is an absence of awareness. Your mind is just a name for the absence of no mind. When I say no mind, I don't mean a state of idiocy. I mean a state of pure, crystal clear consciousness. A state where there are no clouds of thoughts, only the vast blue sky. This sky is your home. As we travel together through these reflections, I have prepared some deeper resources for you. Our e-books contain the essence of these discourses in a way you can carry with you every day. You can find the link in the description. Reading them is like a slow burning candle that keeps your awareness sharp during your daily course. Remember, the scholar Rio of Cezanne thought he knew the Mind Sutra. But a sutra is not a book. The word sutra means a thread. It is a thread that leads you to the source. If you just hold the thread and start worshipping it, you will never reach the source. You have to follow the thread. Baso's professor was the cut. Zen masters use these cuts, a shout, a hit, a sudden silence, to break the continuity of your thinking. If you are constantly thinking, you are in a dream. To wake up, you need a shock. The quantum leap is that shock. It is the realization that I am not this body, I am not these thoughts, I am not these emotions. Then who are you? You are the witness. The witness is not part of the mind. The mind is what is being witnessed. You can see your thoughts passing by like clouds. If you can see them, you must be separate from them. This simple logic is the beginning of the end of the mind's tyranny. But don't make it a logic, experience it. Sit silently. Let the body breathe. Don't try to control the breath. Let the thoughts come. Don't fight them. Don't follow them. Just watch. It's like sitting on a riverbank, watching the water flow. You don't jump into the water. You don't try to stop the river. You just sit. Slowly, the gap between you and the thoughts will grow. In that gap, the quantum leap happens. Suddenly, you are no longer the river, you are the bank. Suddenly, you are the vastness. This is the most blissful moment. This is what the Buddha called nirvana. And the word nirvana is so beautiful. It literally means blowing out a flame. Imagine a small lamp burning in a dark room. You go near it and you blow it out. The flame is gone. Where did it go? It didn't go to any particular place. It simply disappeared into the infinity. It became the whole. When the ego is blown out, you don't become nothing in the sense of a vacuum. You become nothing in the sense of nothingness. You are no longer a thing with boundaries. You are the infinite space. This space is what I want you to taste. If you feel a sense of peace beginning to settle in your heart right now, click the join button to become a member of our inner circle. There we dive even deeper into these silences, supporting each other in this pilgrimage from the animal to the Buddha. You are a Buddha. You might be a sleeping Buddha. You might be a Buddha who is dreaming. He is a beggar. But you are a Buddha. My work is not to give you anything new. My work is only to wake you up. To tell you, look, the sun is up, why are you still sleeping? The mind will tell you, wait, I need to finish this dream first. It's a very interesting dream. I am almost winning the lottery, or I am almost finishing my revenge. But a dream is a dream. Whether it's a nightmare or a beautiful dream, it's unreal. The reality is outside the dream. The quantum leap is the awakening. People ask me, Osho, is it possible for everyone? Yes, it is more than possible. It is your destiny. You cannot avoid it forever. You can delay it. You can wander in the desert for many more lives, but one day you will have to come home. Because the thirst for truth is built into your very cells. You cannot be satisfied with toys for long. Money, power, prestige, these are all toys. They keep you busy, but they leave your soul empty. Only the quantum leap can fill that emptiness, because it doesn't fill it with something else. It reveals that the emptiness itself is the divine. Your inner emptiness is not a lack, it is a presence. It is the womb of the universe. In the discipline of transcendence, I talk about how difficult it is for the rich and the strong to observe the way. Why? Because they have too many ties. They think they have something to lose. The poor man, the beggar in the spiritual sense, knows he has nothing. he is more ready for the leap. But poor doesn't mean having no money. It means having no clinging. You can be a king and be poor in spirit, like Janak. You can be a beggar and be full of ego, clinging to your bowl. The leap is not of the body, it is of the consciousness. As we sit here, let this silence penetrate you. Don't listen to my words with your mind. Listen to the silence between the words. The words are just the container. The silence is the content. If you only drink the container, you will remain thirsty. Drink the silence. This silence is the no mind Baso was talking about. It is the source, the sramanas reach. It is the immaterial they comprehend. You have lived in the material world long enough. You have seen its limitations. Now try the immaterial. Try the world of the zero. Modern physics is just now catching up to what Buddha said 2500 years ago. Physicists used to think that the atom was a solid thing, but then they went deeper. They broke the atom and they found electrons, protons, neutrons. They went even deeper and they found nothing, just energy waves. The solid matter disappears. The deeper you go into yourself, the same thing happens. You think you are a self, a person, a solid ego. But you go deeper, you watch the thoughts, you watch the feelings, you watch the sensations, and suddenly they all disappear. And what is left? Pure space. This space is what we call anatta, no self. It is not a scary thing. It is the most beautiful realization. Because if you have no self, you have no boundaries. If you have no boundaries, you are one with the whole. You are the trees, you are the stars, you are the person sitting next to you. When you are no one, you are everyone. This is the ultimate freedom. Freedom from the I. Every problem you have, your anxiety, your fear, your loneliness, is rooted in the I. If the I is not there, who is anxious? If the I is not there, who is lonely? The quantum leap is the death of the I and the birth of the whole. It is a tragedy that many people spend their whole lives just being a mummy of themselves. They are just biological entities. They eat, they sleep, they reproduce, and they die. They never become a mother in the spiritual sense, one who gives birth to their own soul. To be a mother to your own soul is the greatest challenge. It requires courage. It requires the willingness to die to the old so the new can be born. It is a quantum event because it is not continuous with the past. The Buddha is not a better version of Siddhartha. The Buddha is the absence of Siddhartha. So don't try to improve yourself, just be. If you find yourself trying to improve while listening to this, just catch yourself and laugh. That laughter is the beginning of the leap. Laughter is very close to meditation. In a deep, belly-shaking laugh, the mind disappears. For a second, you are just a vibrating energy. This is why I love jokes. A joke is a miniature quantum leap. It builds up tension in the mind. The mind expects a logical conclusion, and then suddenly the punchline, the logic is broken. The climax is illogical. In that shock, the mind stops and laughter explodes. Life should be a laughter. Life should be a dance, not a serious discipline of the old dusty kind, but a discipline of joy. The discipline of transcendence is not about suppressing your passions. It is about being so aware that the passions lose their power over you. It is about being calm in the middle of the storm. You cannot find calm by going to a cave in the Himalayas. You will just take your restless mind with you. You will sit in the cave and think about your bank balance or your wife. The cave must be found inside. This inside cave is the no mind. When you find this, you are an arhat. You are a saint, not because you are good in the moralistic sense, but because you are whole. You are pure and spotless because you have reached the source where no dirt can exist. The source is always pure. The river may get dirty as it flows through the cities, but the mountain spring is always crystal clear. Go back to your mountain spring. As you listen to me, do you feel the spring? It's right there, in the heart of your heart. It's the lotus of your being. Don't be afraid to go deep. The mind will tell you there is nothing there. It's just a void. Yes, it is a void, but that void is full of life. It is the pregnant void. Everything comes out of this void and goes back into it. The stars are born from it and disappear into it. Your thoughts are born from it and disappear into it. Be the void. This is the only temple. This is the only pilgrimage. I see many people going to Mecca, to Jerusalem, to Kasi. They travel thousands of miles, but they never travel those few inches from the head to the heart. they are missing the whole point. The ultimate consciousness is not at a geographical location. It is a state of being. You have been an animal for many lives, driven by instincts, by fear, by survival. Now the time has come to complete the pilgrimage, to become a Buddha, an awakened one. The word Buddha simply means one who has woken up. Are you ready to wake up? Or do you want to hit the snooze button for one more life? The choice is yours. Every moment is a choice. You can choose to remain in the mind, or you can choose to jump. If you are choosing to jump, let this be the moment, right now, in this very silence. Don't wait for a better time. There is no time other than the present. The past is gone. The future is yet to be born. All you have is this now. In this now, the whole universe is conspiring to help you. The trees are silent. The air is still. My heart is beating with yours. If you feel this connection, if you feel this conspiracy of the divine, help us spread this fragrance. Share this video with one person you think needs to wake up. Not as a teacher, but as a friend. Just say, look, I have found something beautiful. And if you want to support this mission further, the join button is there for you. It's a way to become a pillar of this temple of consciousness we are building together. But whether you join or not, whether you subscribe or not, my only wish is that you wake up, that you see the light, that you realize that you are not a small, miserable creature, but a magnificent, infinite being. You are a God in disguise. Drop the disguise. The quantum leap is nothing but dropping the mask. When the mask falls, the original face is revealed, and the original face is full of bliss, full of grace. It is the face of the Buddha. It is your face. Let's continue this journey. Let's go deeper into the 20 difficult things the Buddha talked about. Let's see why it is so difficult for the rich to follow the way, and why it is so easy for the poor in heart. But before that, let's just sit for a moment in silence. No movement, just being. Do you feel it? The silence is not empty. It is heavy with presence. This is the taste. Carry this taste with you. When you go to work, carry this taste. When you eat your dinner, carry this taste. When you talk to your friend, let this silence be the background. Then your life will become a grace. then every action will be a meditation. You don't have to do meditation. You have to be meditative. The quantum leap is not an act. It is a shift in your isness. From I am doing to I am. From the actor to the witness. From the mind to no mind. The Professor Rio was walking away, but he was called back. He was called back to himself. I am calling you back, Professor, scholar, seeker. Turn around. The truth is not in the direction you are looking. It is in the looker themselves. The Mind Sutra is not on the paper. It is in your heartbeat. Baso was right. The mind cannot lecture on it. Only no mind can. When you are silent, you are the most eloquent lecturer on the divine. When you are empty, you are full of the sutra. Let's dive deeper into this emptiness. Let's dive deeper into this emptiness. It is not an ordinary emptiness. In the world of the mind, emptiness means absence of things. If you take all the furniture out of your room, you say the room is empty. But for Zen, that is not emptiness. That is just a vacant space. The true emptiness is when even the room disappears. When the observer, the furniture, and the space itself become one single vibrating energy. The Buddha speaks of 20 difficult things in this world, and the first few are very revealing. He says, it is difficult for the rich and the strong to observe the way. Now, why should it be difficult? If you have everything, money, power, health, shouldn't it be easier to meditate? You have no worries about your bread and butter. You have all the comforts. But the reality is just the opposite. The more you have, the more you are possessed by what you have. You don't possess the wealth possesses you. You become a guard, a watchman for your own treasures. Your mind is constantly occupied with protecting, increasing, and showing off. The rich mind is a very heavy mind. It is full of things. And to take the quantum leap, you must be weightless. You must be able to fly. A bird cannot fly if it is carrying gold bricks in its claws. It has to drop them. The poor in heart that Jesus talked about, or the beggar that Buddha talks about, is simply someone who has realized that nothing belongs to them. Even this body is a gift from the earth. It will be taken back. These thoughts are just echoes from the society, they are not yours. Your name was given by your parents, it is not yours. When you realize that you possess nothing, not even your own self, you become weightless. In that weightlessness, the jump happens automatically. You don't even have to jump. The wind of the divine simply blows you across the abyss. But the strong and the rich are stuck in their ego. The ego is the strongest thing they have. They think they are somebody. And to enter the temple of no mind, you have to be nobody. You have to leave your shoes and your ego outside. Most people can leave their shoes, but they find it impossible to leave the ego. They want to bring the ego into nirvana. They want to sit on a golden throne even in the afterlife. This clinging to somebodyness is the barrier. Understand the difference between the mummy and the mother. This is a beautiful distinction. The mummy is the physical, biological, and psychological entity that clings to you. It is the ego-based relationship. The mummy wants to possess the child, to make the child a part of her own ego. She wants the child to be her child, her projection. This is what most parents do. They don't love the child, they love the mindness of the child. They try to mold the child, to structure the child, to give the child a pattern. But a mother in the spiritual sense is one who gives birth to your soul. A mother is like a Buddha. She doesn't want to possess you, she wants to set you free. She gives you love, but not her knowledge. She sends you into the world to find your own truth. She doesn't give you a map, she gives you the courage to explore the unmapped. To take the quantum leap, you must stop being a mummy to yourself. You must stop trying to preserve your old image. Most of you are just mummies. You are preserving a dead past. You are carrying the corpse of who you were yesterday. And because you are carrying a corpse, you smell of death. Your life has no fragrance, no freshness. The quantum leap is the moment you drop the corpse. You bury the past and you step into the present, absolutely fresh, like a newborn baby. Buddha calls this comprehending the immaterial. This is what modern physics is struggling with. For centuries, science thought that matter is the ultimate reality. But now, they have reached the immaterial. They have found that at the core of the atom, there is no thing. There is only a dance of energy. If you look at a fan spinning very fast, it looks like a solid disc. You can't see the blades. But if you stop the fan, the disc disappears. The solidity was just an illusion created by speech. Your self, your ego is exactly like that. It is a disk created by the fast spinning of your thoughts, desires, and memories, because they move so fast they create the illusion of a solid I. But if you slow down, if you meditate, if you sit in silence, the spinning slows down. The gaps between the thoughts become visible, and through those gaps, you see the truth. There is no I there. There are only blades of energy moving in a vacuum. This realization of no self or anatta is the quantum leap. The mind is very afraid of this. It says, if I am not there, then I am dead. This is suicide. No, it is not suicide. It is a resurrection. It is the death of the small and the birth of the infinite. It is like a drop of water falling into the ocean. From the viewpoint of the drop, it is a disaster. The drop is dying. It is losing its identity, its shape, its dropness. But from the viewpoint of the ocean, the drop has just become the ocean. It has expanded. It is no longer a tiny, fragile thing that can be dried up by the sun. It has become the mighty, eternal sea. You are a drop trying to protect yourself from the ocean. This protection is what you call your personality. You build walls of character, of morality, of knowledge, just to make sure you don't disappear. But I am telling you, disappear. Only by disappearing will you find who you really are. This is the discipline of transcendence. It is not a discipline of rules. It is not about what to eat or when to wake up. It is the discipline of seeing through the false. Buddha says, to be free from passions and to be calm is the most excellent way. But how to be free from passions? People have been trying for thousands of years. They suppress their sex, they suppress their anger, they suppress their greed. But a suppressed passion is like a spring you are holding down with your hands. The moment you let go, it will jump back with even more force. You cannot be free through suppression. You can only be free through watching. When anger arises, don't say, I am angry. Just say, anger is there. Be the witness. Watch the anger like you watch a storm in the sky. Does the storm affect the sky? No. The storm comes and goes, but the sky remains pure and untouched. You are the sky. Your passions are just clouds. If you can maintain this distance, if you can watch the clouds without becoming them, then you are calm. Not the calm of a graveyard, but the calm of a deep living center. This is what it means to be a Sramana, one who has reached the source. The source is always within you. You don't have to go to a temple or a church to find it. You are the temple. The scholar Rio of Cezanne was full of the Mind Sutra. He thought he was explaining the truth. But truth cannot be explained. It can only be experienced. You can explain the chemical formula of water, H2O, but that won't quench your thirst. You need to drink the water. Rio was an expert in the formula, but he was dying of thirst. Baso, the master, was trying to push him into the river. When Baso said, "The mind is like an actor," he was telling Rio that his whole life was a performance. He was playing the role of a scholar. Stop playing roles. Stop being the husband, the wife, the boss, the employee. For few moments every day, just be. No role, no script, just your pure existence. In that just being, the quantum leap is already happening. You are shifting from the acting to the isness. People are so afraid of nothingness. But look at a house. What is the most useful part of the house? Is it the walls? No. The most useful part is the space inside. You can't live in the walls. You live in the empty space between the walls. Look at a cup. What is the most useful part? The emptiness inside. You drink from the emptiness, not from the ceramic. Look at a window. It is a hole in the wall. It is the nothingness of the window that allows the light and the air to enter your room. The nothingness is the most precious thing. And you are that nothingness. You are the no-thingness through which the divine light enters the world. But your ego is like a wall that has no windows and no doors. It is a prison. And you have decorated the prison so beautifully with your degrees, your money, and your social status that you have forgotten it is a prison. You have even started loving your chains. I am here to tell you the door is open. In fact, there is no wall. The wall is just a hallucination. You have only to wake up and walk out. The quantum leap is not a jump over a real chasm. It is a jump out of a dream. In a dream, you might be standing at the edge of a deep cliff, terrified. But when you wake up, you find you are just lying on your bed, safe and sound. The cliff was never there. Your misery is like that cliff. Your problems are like that dream. Wake up. This is the message of Zen. This is why Zen doesn't have any elaborate rituals or complicated philosophies. It just has socks. I have heard of a Zen master who was walking with his disciple. The disciple was asking a very profound intellectual question about the nature of the Buddha mind. Suddenly, the master pointed at a bird flying across the sky and said, "What is that?" The disciple said, "It's a wild goose." The master asked, "Where is it going?" The disciple said, "It has flown away." The master suddenly grabbed the disciple's nose and twisted it hard. The disciple cried out in pain, "Ouch!" The master said, "You said it has flown away. It has been here since the beginning." In that moment of pain, in that ouch, the disciple's mind stopped. The intellectual question was forgotten. There was only the isness of the moment. That ouch was more real than all the sutras in the world. The goose is your consciousness. It never flies away. It is always here. But you are looking at the flight. You are looking at the past and the future, and you are missing the bird itself. The quantum leap is the shift from the flight to the bird. Don't look for the truth in the distance. Don't look for it in the next life or in some heaven. Heaven is here and now. If you can't find it here, you won't find it anywhere. The Arhat is one who exerts themselves for the attainment of the fruits of saintship. But what are these fruits? They are not something you get. They are a state of being, pure and spotless. Pure means unmixed. Your consciousness is currently mixed with all kinds of junk: ambition, jealousy, fear, ego. When you are pure, you are just consciousness, no content, only the container. And when the container is empty of junk, it is full of God. This is the paradox. When you are empty, you are full. When you are nobody, you are the whole. The mind will never understand this. It will say, "This is crazy. How can nothing be everything?" And the mind is right. It is crazy. But the sanity of the world has only given you wars, madness, and misery. Maybe it is time to try some divine craziness. The quantum leap is a leap into that craziness. It is a leap into the unknown. You have lived in the known for too long. You know your routine, you know your sorrows, you know your boredoms. They are familiar. You feel safe in them. But this safety is the safety of a grave. Life is in the unknown. Life is a risk. Buddha says it is difficult to disregard life and go to certain death. He is not talking about physical death. He is talking about the death of the known. To leave the shore and sail into the uncharted ocean where there is no map and no guarantee of reaching anywhere. That is the only way to find the new. If you keep following the map, you will only go where others have gone. You will be a second-hand human being. And the truth cannot be second-hand. It must be your own. It must be fresh, like a dewdrop in the morning sun. The scholar Rio was a second-hand man. He was a professor. A professor is someone who professes what others have realized. He is a parrot. He can repeat the most beautiful words, but he doesn't know what they mean. If a parrot says God is love, does the parrot know love? Does it know God? It just knows the sound. Most of your knowledge is just sound. You have heard that you are a soul. You have heard that you are immortal. But do you know it? If someone puts a gun to your head, will you still be calm, knowing you are immortal? No, you will tremble. Because your knowledge is just on the surface. It is not an attainment. The quantum leap turns knowledge into knowing. Knowing is a different dimension altogether. It doesn't come from books. It comes from the source. And to reach the source, you have to go against the current. The current of the world is moving towards the material, towards the outside, towards the more. You have to move towards the immaterial, towards the inside, towards the zero. This is the most excellent way. It is excellent because it is the only way that leads to fulfillment. All other ways lead to frustration. You can have the whole world at your feet, and you will still be empty inside. Look at the successful people of the world. Are they happy? Are they at peace? No. They are more anxious than the unsuccessful ones, because now they have the added fear of losing what they have. The only success is to find yourself. The only failure is to miss your own being. And you are missing it every moment because you are looking in the wrong direction. You are looking at the actor and missing the witness. The actor is the one who is angry, who is sad, who is seeking. The witness is the one who is simply watching the actor. Become the witness This is the secret of the cut. When Baso called out, "Professor," Rio turned back. In that turning back, his mind momentarily tripped. He wasn't the scholar in that second, he was just a man turning his head. In that gap, the witness was revealed. I am calling out to you, professor, businessman, mother, sinner, saint, turn back. Don't look at what you are doing. Look at who is doing it. Don't look at what you are thinking. Look at the space in which the thought is appearing. This turning of the light inwards is what Zen is all about. Usually, the light of your consciousness is like a torch shining on the objects around you. You see the chair, you see the tree, you see the person. Zen says, turn the torch around. Let the light shine on the source of the light itself. What happens when the light shines on the light? Suddenly, there is an explosion, a quantum leap. The duality of subject and object disappears. There is no me and no the world. There is only a single undivided ocean of light. This is what Buddha calls nirvana. This is what Jesus calls the kingdom of God. It is not somewhere else. It is right here. But you are too busy. You are too busy with your mind business. I have heard of a man who was running very fast down the street. Someone asked him, "Where are you going?" He said, "I don't know, but I am late." This is the condition of humanity. Everyone is running. Everyone is in a hurry, but nobody knows where they are going. They are just late. Stop the running. Sit down. Just for a few minutes every day, do nothing. The mind will scream. It will say you are wasting time. You could be making money. You could be watching the news. You could be doing something useful. Tell the mind, I have been useful for many lives and I have reached nowhere. Today, I want to be useless. In the eyes of the world, a Buddha is a useless man. He doesn't produce anything. He doesn't contribute to the GDP. He just sits under a tree. But from that uselessness comes the greatest fragrance the world has ever known. That uselessness is the source of all art, all music, all poetry, and all peace. The useful people give you machines, they give you gadgets, they give you better ways to kill each other. The useless people give you your soul. They give you the quantum leap. They show you that you are not a cog in a machine. You are a flower in the garden of the divine. But a flower cannot bloom if it is always trying to be something else. A rose doesn't try to be a lotus. A lotus doesn't try to be a jasmine. They are just themselves. And because they are themselves, they are beautiful. You are trying to be someone else. You are trying to follow a model. You want to be like the Buddha, or like Jesus, or like your successful neighbor. This effort to be someone else is the root of your misery. It is the root of your self-rejection. The quantum leap is the moment you accept yourself exactly as you are, with all your flaws, with all your sins, with all your limitations. The moment you accept yourself, the conflict stops. And when the conflict stops, the energy that was being wasted in the struggle is released. That released energy is what becomes your transformation. Transformation is not a change. Change is always from the old to the new version of the old. Transformation is a mutation. It is the total disappearance of the old and the emergence of something completely different. It is like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. The butterfly is not a better caterpillar. It is a different dimension of being. The caterpillar crawls, the butterfly flies. The mind is a caterpillar. It crawls on the earth, is stuck to the material. No mind is the butterfly. It has wings. It can fly into the immaterial, into the infinite. But to become a butterfly, the caterpillar must be willing to die. It must be willing to enter the cocoon of silence and wait. This waiting is what meditation is. You don't do meditation. You enter meditation. You enter the silence and you let the transformation happen to you. You are not the doer. You are the receiver. This is what the Buddha means by reaching the source. The source is not something you create. It is something you return to. You have come from the source and you are going back to the source. But in between, you have forgotten the way. You have got lost in the marketplace of the mind. I am just a signpost. I am not the destination. I am just pointing my finger at the moon. Don't bite my finger. Look at the moon. My words are just fingers. The silence they point to is the moon. The scholar Rio was biting the finger of the sutras. He was chewing on the words. Baso gave him a slap. Not a physical one, but a spiritual one, to make him look at the moon. And that moon is shining inside you right now. Can you see it? It is the silver light of your awareness. It is the coolness of your inner space. In this light, there is no fear. In this light, there is no death. Death is only for the actor. The witness never dies. The witness was there when you were a child, it was there when you were a young man, and it will be there when your body is old and ready to fall. The actor changes, the roles change, the costumes change, but the witness is eternal. To find the witness is to find the immortal. This is the only thing worth finding. Everything else is just toys. A child plays with toys and thinks they are very important. If a toy breaks, the child cries. But when the child grows up, he realizes they were just plastic and wood. You are grown-up children. You are playing with big toys, houses, cars, reputations, and when they break, you cry. I am telling you, grow up, become a spiritual adult. A spiritual adult is one who knows the difference between the real and the unreal. The real is that which never changes. The unreal is that which is in constant flux. The world is a flux. Your body is a flux. Your mind is a flux. Only the witnessing consciousness is the rock of the eternal. Build your house on this rock. The quantum leap is the moment you move your center of gravity from the flux to the eternal. It is not a slow movement, it is a shift. It is like when you look at those hidden image puzzles. For a long time you see only a jumble of lines and dots. You look and you can't see anything. And then suddenly, click, the hidden image jumps out at you. Once you have seen it, you cannot unsee it. The jumble is gone forever. The image is there. The Buddha nature is the hidden image in the jumble of your life. You have been looking at the lines and dots for too long. You have been obsessed with the details. Take a step back. Relax your eyes. Don't try to see. Just look. In that relaxed looking, the click will happen. The quantum leap will happen. And then you will laugh. You will laugh at yourself. You will say, how could I have missed it? It was always there, right in front of my eyes. This is the cosmic joke. The truth is so obvious that we miss it. We are looking for something complicated, something far away, something extraordinary. And the truth is the most ordinary thing in the world. It is your own breath. It is your own heartbeat. It is the very fact that you are aware. To be aware of awareness is the ultimate secret. The mind can be aware of things, but it can never be aware of awareness. Only no mind can do that. The mind is like a mirror. that can reflect everything, but it cannot reflect itself. To see the mirror itself, you have to remove all the reflections. When the reflections are done, only the mirror remains. When the thoughts are gone, only the awareness remains. And that awareness is not yours. It is the universal awareness. In that moment, you are God. I don't say you are a God. I say you are God. Because there are no two gods. There is only one single undivided godliness. You are a wave in that ocean, and the wave is the ocean. Don't be satisfied with being a wave. Realize your oceanness. This is the quantum leap from mind to no mind. It is the most courageous act a human being can perform. It is the ultimate adventure. Are you ready for it? Or are you still clinging to your mind sutras, to your professor sleeps, to your mummy identities? Drop them right now. Be empty, be silent, be nobody. And in that nobodiness, you will find the everything. This is my promise to you. Not a promise of the future, but a promise of the eternal now. Let's sit in this now for a while. Let the words fade away. Let only the silence remain. This silence is the no mind. This silence is the Buddha. This silence is you. We were talking about the void. This void is not a graveyard, it is a garden. But to see the flowers, you must have eyes that are not clouded by desires. Buddha says it is difficult not to hanker after that which is agreeable. This is one of the 20 difficult things. Why is it so difficult? Because the mind is a hedonist. It wants pleasure. It wants comfort. It wants the agreeable. It wants the roses but not the thorns. It wants the light but not the dark. But life is a package deal. You cannot choose one half and reject the other. If you try to do that, you create a split in your soul. That split is your misery. You are constantly running towards the agreeable and running away from the disagreeable. This running is what keeps you in the mind. The moment you stop choosing, the moment you accept both the agreeable and the disagreeable with the same equanimity, you have taken a leap. Zen calls this choiceless awareness. It means you don't say, I like this or I don't like that. You simply say, this is. When it is raining, it is raining. When the sun is out, the sun is out. You don't try to be a manager of the universe. You are just a witness. Think about how much energy you waste in your liking and disliking. You go to a party and you like someone's face, so you feel happy. Then you see someone else you dislike and you feel angry. Your happiness and sadness are dependent on external objects. You are a slave. Anyone can pull your strings and make you dance. If they praise you, you smile. If they insult you, you cry. You are like a puppet. The quantum leap is the moment you cut the strings. You say, "My bliss is my own." It has nothing to do with what you say or do. This is what it means to be calm when slighted. Another of the difficult things Buddha mentioned: it is easy to be calm when everyone is bowing down to you. Even a politician can do that. But to be calm when someone is abusing you, when someone is spitting on you, that requires a Buddha. It requires a Buddha because a Buddha knows that there is nobody to be insulted. If someone spits at the sky, the spit will fall on their own face. The sky remains untouched. If you are a somebody, you will get hurt. If you are nobody, where will the insult land? It will pass through you like a breeze through an empty room. This nobodiness is the ultimate protection. It is the only real authority. Buddha also says it is difficult not to abuse one's authority. This is a very deep psychological insight. When you have power over someone, whether you are a father, a boss, a teacher, or a politician, the ego feels a great surge of energy. It wants to crush the other, to show its superiority. Most people use their authority to humiliate others. They call it discipline. They call it management. They call it parenting. But behind the words is the ugly face of the ego. The true master has the ultimate authority, yet he never uses it to dominate. His authority is the authority of love, the authority of light. He doesn't want you to follow him. He wants you to find your own way. He doesn't want to make you a follower. He wants to make you a Buddha. The scholar Rio of Cezanne was an authority in his own eyes. He was a professor of the Mind Sutra. He had thousands of words at his command. But Baso saw through him. Baso saw that Rio's authority was borrowed. It was the authority of the dead scriptures, not the authority of living experience. Baso's question, "By what do you lecture?" was a direct hit to Rio's ego, and Rio's answer, "With my mind," showed his ignorance. The mind is a parrot. The mind can only repeat. The mind is a jester, as Baso said. It plays with meanings, it juggles with concepts, but it has no substance. If you want to lecture on the truth, you must be the truth. You must speak from the no mind. When I speak to you, I am not speaking from my mind. I don't have any prepared notes. I don't know what the next sentence will be. I am as much a listener to my words as you are. I am just a hollow bamboo, and the universe is singing through me. This is the difference between a professor and a master. The professor talks about the truth. The master is the truth. To become a hollow bamboo, you must take the quantum leap. You must drop the actor who thinks he is the one speaking, the one doing, the one achieving. Look at the third difficult thing Buddha mentioned: to disregard life and go to certain death. This sounds very dramatic, but what is this certain death? It is not the death of the body. The body will die anyway. There is nothing difficult about that. It is an inevitable biological process. The certain death is the death of the I. To intentionally go into the death of the ego is the most difficult thing, because the ego is our only identity. We have spent lives building it, decorating it, defending it. We are terrified that if the ego dies, we will disappear into a black hole. But I am telling you that black hole is the womb of the stars. When the I dies, for the first time you are born. This is the meaning of being twice born. The first birth is biological. Your parents gave it to you. The second birth is spiritual. You give it to yourself. The second birth is the quantum leap. In the first birth, you are an animal. You are driven by hunger, by sex, by fear. In the second birth, you are a Buddha. You are driven by compassion, by awareness, by bliss. To take this leap, you must be willing to disregard life, meaning the life of the mind, the life of the desires, the life of the known. You must be willing to step into the certain death of your old self. It is like a seed that has to rot and disappear into the earth so that a tree can be born. If the seed is afraid of dying, quote unquote, in the soil, it will never become a tree. It will remain a small, hard, closed entity. It might be safe, quote unquote, in a jar on a shelf, but it is not living. Most of you are safe seeds on a shelf. You have your religion, your morality, your job, your family. You are protected. But you are not growing. You are not blooming. Your fragrance is locked inside you, and it is turning into a stink. Drop the safety, fall into the soil, disappear. This disappearing is the essence of Zen. It is the great death. The Zen master Banjan was walking through a marketplace, and he overheard a conversation between a butcher and a customer. The customer said, "Give me the best piece of meat you have." The butcher replied, "In my shop everything is the best. You cannot find a piece that is not the best." Hearing this, Banjan attained enlightenment. Why? Because he realized that in existence everything is the best. There is no hierarchy. A pebble is as best as a diamond. A blade of grass is as best as the sun. The disagreeable is as best as the agreeable. The mind creates categories. This is good, this is bad. This is high, this is low. Existence knows no such categories. In existence, there is only a vast, interconnected wholeness. When you stop categorizing, you stop being a judge. And when you stop being a judge, your mind business closes down. The actor has no script left to play. This is the state of no mind. The scholar Rio was full of categories. He was a professor. He knew the Mind Sutra, which means he knew the theory of no mind. But theory is like a map of a garden. You can study the map for years, but you will never smell the flowers. You will never feel the grass under your feet. Baso's slap, his professor shout, was meant to tear the map out of Rio's hands. He wanted Rio to look at the garden itself. You see, the truth is not something to be understood. It is something to be comprehended. And comprehension is a different thing. To understand is of the head. To comprehend is of the whole being. In the discipline of transcendence, I talk about reaching the source. The source is the immaterial. What is the immaterial? It is the energy that precedes the form. Think about a wave in the ocean. The form is the wave. It has a height, a shape, a movement, but the immaterial is the water. The wave is just a temporary expression of the water. The wave will die, but the water will not. You are the wave. Your consciousness is the water. The mind is obsessed with the wave. It wants the wave to be bigger. It wants the wave to last forever. The quantum leap is the realization I am not the wave, I am the ocean. Once you know you are the ocean, all fear of death disappears. How can the ocean die? Waves come and go, but the ocean remains. This realization makes you a Sramana. A Sramana is one who has gone out of the home. This home is not your physical house. It is the home of the ego. It is the home of the known. To go out of the home means to become a wanderer in the dimension of the infinite. You no longer seek security, you seek truth. And truth is a pathless land. People ask me also, if I drop my mind, how will I live in the world? How will I do my job? How will I drive my car? Don't be worried. Your mind is not driving the car anyway. If you really think about it, when you are driving, you are often thinking about something else. The body-mind has its own intelligence. It knows how to drive. It is a biological computer. The no mind does not mean you lose your intelligence. It means you gain a higher intelligence. You become more efficient, not less, because now there is no conflict inside you. There is no actor trying to do two things at once. When you eat, you just eat. When you walk, you just walk. Zen says, sitting silently, doing nothing, a spring comes and the grass grows by itself. This by itself is the secret of the universe. The stars move by themselves. The seasons change by themselves. Your heart beats by itself. The whole universe is a spontaneous flow. Only man thinks he has to do everything. This doing is the ego. The quantum leap is the shift from doing to happening. You become a vehicle. You let the divine happen through you. Imagine a flute. If the flute is full of dirt, the musician cannot play it. The flute must be empty. The emptiness of the flute is its no mind. Then the musician can breathe through it, and a beautiful melody is born. You are the flute, the divine is the musician, but you are so full of your mind sutras, your knowledge, your opinions, your prejudices, that the divine cannot find a way through you. You are blocked. My work is to clean your flute. It is a messy job. I have to use a brush, I have to use water, I have to scrub. You might feel uncomfortable. You might say, Osho, you are hurting my ego. Yes, I am. That is the whole point. The ego must be hurt until it realizes its own futility. Rio of Cezanne felt hurt when Basso called him an actor and a jester. He had spent his whole life being a respected scholar, and here was this master calling him a clown. But that clown realization is the beginning of wisdom. If you can see that you are a clown, you are no longer a clown. The witness who sees the clown is not a clown. The witness is the Buddha. This is the beauty of consciousness. The moment you recognize the false as false, it drops away. You don't have to fight it, you just have to see it. Light does not fight darkness. It just appears and the darkness is gone. Awareness is the light, the mind is the darkness. You have been trying to fix your mind. You want a better mind, a peaceful mind, a positive mind. But a positive mind is still a mind. It is just a different kind of darkness. I am not interested in your positive thinking. I am interested in your not thinking. In the silence of not thinking, the quantum leap happens. It is difficult to conquer the passions, says Buddha. Why? Because you are fighting them. And when you fight something, you give it energy. You become obsessed with it. If you fight sex, you become sex obsessed. If you fight anger, you become an angry person. If you fight greed, you become greedy for heaven or enlightenment. Don't fight, just watch. Watch the energy of the passion. See how it arises in the body. See how it creates ripples in the mind. Just watch it like you are watching a movie. When you are a witness, the energy of the passion is not used up in the action, it stays with you. And that energy, when it is not directed outwards, begins to move inwards. It becomes a fire that burns your ego. This is the discipline of transcendence. It is the alchemy of turning the lead of the passions into the gold of consciousness. But for this, you must reach the source. The source is the immaterial Buddha talks about. In modern science, we have finally reached this point. We have realized that the atom is not a thing. It is an event. It is a happening. There is no matter. There is only mattering. There is no self. There is only self-ing. Life is a verb, not a noun. When you understand life as a verb, you stop trying to freeze it. You stop trying to make it permanent. You accept the flux. You accept the change. The mind wants permanence. It wants a permanent job, a permanent relationship, a permanent life. But permanence is death. Only a dead thing is permanent. A living thing is always changing. The quantum leap is the acceptance of the ever changing nature of existence. It is the leap from the static to the dynamic. You become like a river. The river is never the same, yet it is always the river. It flows, it changes, it moves around rocks, it falls in waterfalls, but its riverness remains. Your witnessness is like that. It is the only thing that is permanent in you, but it is a living permanence. It is a dynamic silence. Don't be afraid of this change. Don't be afraid of losing your identity. Your identity is just a social convenience. It's like your name or your address. It's useful for the mailman, but it's not you. To find you, you have to disregard the you that society has given you. This is difficult, as Buddha said. It is difficult because we are social animals. We want to be liked, we want to be respected, we want to fit in. But a Buddha never fits in. A Buddha is an outsider. Not because he is against society, but because he has gone beyond it. He is no longer a part of the collective mind. He has found his individual soul. And the moment you find your individual soul, you are connected to the universal soul. The paradox is, the more individual you are, the more universal you become. The more you are yourself, the more you are everything. The scholar Rio was just a part of the collective scholarly mind. He was a professor, a title given by the world. He was not himself. He was a representative of a tradition. Baso wanted him to be himself. Professor, Rio turned back. In that turning back, for a split second, he was not the professor. He was just a human being, surprised. In that surprise, the quantum leap was possible. I am trying to surprise you. My jokes, my paradoxes, my silences, they are all surprises. They are meant to catch your mind off guard. Because when the mind is off guard, the no mind can peek through. And once you have had a single glimpse of no mind, your life can never be the same. You have tasted the nectar. Now, the agreeable things of the world will look like toys to you. You will still use them, you will still enjoy them, but you will not be possessed by them. You will be in the world, but not of it. This is the state of the Arhat. The Arhat is pure and spotless. Not because he has cleansed himself, but because he has realized that his innermost being cannot be made dirty. If you dip a diamond in mud, is the diamond dirty? No. You just have to wash the mud away, and the diamond is as brilliant as ever. The mud is your karma, your past, your mind. The diamond is your awareness. The quantum leap is the realization I am the diamond, not the mud. Once you know this, you can live in the world with absolute freedom. You can be a king, you can be a beggar, you can be a scientist, you can be a gardener. It doesn't matter. The diamond remains brilliant. This is the most excellent way. It is excellent because it is the way of the whole. Don't be a part. Don't be a specialist. Don't be just a thinker or just a doer. Be a witness. The witness includes everything. It includes the thinker and the thought. It includes the doer and the deed. It is the vast blue sky that holds all the clouds. As we sit here in this silence, feel the sky of your consciousness. Don't try to do meditation. Don't try to find the source. Just be. Let the mind chatter if it wants to. Don't pay any attention to it. Let the birds sing. Let the air move. Everything is happening by itself. You are just the space in which it is happening. This space is the no mind. This space is the quantum leap. It is not a long journey. It is a momentary shift. One moment you were the actor, the next moment you are the audience. And in that shift, the whole reality changes. The world that looked like a prison now looks like a playground. The people who looked like enemies now look like sleeping Buddhas. The life that looked like a burden now looks like a celebration. This is my gift to you, but I can only point the way. You have to take the leap. I can shout, Professor, but you have to turn back. Are you turning back? Are you looking at the looker? If you are, then the Mind Sutra has been understood. Not the book, but the living sutra of your own being. Baso is smiling, I am smiling, the whole universe is smiling with you. Because a child has come home. A mummy has become a mother. A scholar has become a sage. The quantum leap has happened. Carry this taste with you as you leave this silence. Don't let the mind steal it from you. The mind will try. It will say that was just a nice talk. Now back to reality. No. that silence is the reality. The mind's business is the illusion. Keep the silence as an undercurrent. Let it penetrate your every action. Let it make your life graceful. Let it make your death a celebration. Because for a Buddha there is no death, there is only nirvana, the blowing out of the flame into the infinite light. Be the light. The silence we have touched is the beginning of the end of the ego. It is the first ripple of the ocean reaching your source. But don't be satisfied with the ripple. Wait for the whole ocean to reclaim you. Buddha says it is by rare opportunity that a person is born in the age of a Buddha. What does this mean? Does it mean you have to be born 2500 years ago in India to be with Gautama? No. The age of a Buddha is not a historical time. It is a state of presence. Whenever a person wakes up, an age of Buddha is created around them. Whenever you are in the presence of an awakened consciousness, you are born in the age of a Buddha. But even then, it is a rare opportunity because your mind is like a wall. You can be sitting right in front of a Buddha, and yet you are thousands of miles away. You are lost in your thoughts, in your worries, in your mind sutras. To be truly born in the age of a Buddha means to be receptive. It means to be like a womb, ready to receive the seed of truth. It means to be vulnerable, to be open, to be willing to be destroyed as you are, so that you can be reborn as you should be. The mind is always protecting itself. It is a mummy. I use this word mummy very deliberately. In the discipline of transcendence, I explain that the mummy is the pretension of a mother. A mother is someone who gives birth to your soul, who helps you become an individual, who sets you free. But a mummy is possessive. She wants to keep the child as a part of her own ego. She structures you. She gives you a pattern. She molds you according to her own fears and ambitions. Your mind is a mummy. It has structured you so deeply that you have forgotten how to be spontaneous. It has given you a character, but character is just a beautiful word for a prison. A man of character is a man who acts according to a fixed pattern. He is predictable. He is a machine. A man of consciousness, a Buddha, has no character. He is unpredictable. He responds to the moment, not to his memory. If you ask him a question today, he might give one answer. If you ask him the same question tomorrow, he might give a completely different answer. Not because he has changed his opinion, but because the moment is different, the now is different. The quantum leap is the jump from character to consciousness. It is the jump from being a machine to being a spirit. Buddha says it is difficult to conquer the passions, to suppress selfish desires. But I tell you, don't try to suppress. Suppression is a disease. If you suppress a desire, it goes into the basement of your unconscious. It doesn't die. It just waits for an opportunity to explode. And when it explodes, it is far more dangerous. The religious people who have suppressed their sex for centuries are the most sex-obsessed people on the earth. Their minds are full of pornography because they have denied the natural flow of energy. The quantum leap is not about suppression, it is about transformation. It is about understanding that passion is just energy. When it flows downwards, it is sex. When it flows upwards, it is prayer. The energy is the same. When it is mixed with the ego, it becomes selfish desire. When it is freed from the ego, it becomes compassion. The scholar Rio of Cezanne thought he could lecture on the Mind Sutra using his mind. But the mind is the very source of selfish desire. The mind is always asking, what's in it for me? What will I get out of this meditation? Will I become famous? Will I reach heaven? This I-ness is the poison. Baso's statement that the mind is like an actor is one of the most profound Zen insights. An actor is someone who is pretending. When an actor plays the role of a king on a stage, he knows he is not a king. But your mind has become such a good actor that it has forgotten it is acting. You think you are the role. You think you are the professor, the father, the successful businessman. The quantum leap is the moment the actor takes off the mask and looks in the mirror. For a second there is a shock. Who am I? Without the crown, without the costume, without the script, who am I? In that who am I, the gesture of meaning disappears. Rio was looking for meaning in the sutras, but life has no meaning. This is the most beautiful thing about life. Meaning is a concept of the mind. A rose doesn't have a meaning, it is just a rose. A star doesn't have a meaning, it is just a star. They are meaningless in the sense that they are not a means to an end. They are their own end. The mind always wants a means to an end. It wants to do A to get B. But in the dimension of the spirit, B is already contained in A. The journey is the goal. The meditation is the enlightenment. When Baso said, "No mind can lecture all right," he was saying that truth can only be communicated through silence, or through words that come out of silence. If you are listening to me with your mind, you are just collecting meanings. You are becoming like Rio, a scholar. But if you are listening to me with your no mind, you are not collecting anything. You are just being bathed in my presence. You are not learning, you are unlearning. Buddha says it is difficult to be selfless. Why? Because the self is our only capital. We think that if we are selfless, we will be bankrupt. We think that if there is no I, there is no me to enjoy the bliss. This is the ultimate trick of the mind. It says, okay, I want nirvana, but I want to be there to see it. But nirvana is the absence of the I. You cannot be there. If you are there, it is not nirvana. Nirvana is like when you blow out a candle. The flame is gone. Does the flame say, "Wait, I want to see where I go after I am blown out"? No. The flame is the going. The flame is the disappearing. This brings us to the concept of anatta, no self. This is the core of the quantum leap. In the discipline of transcendence, I talk about how Buddha's anatta is the most revolutionary concept in the history of human consciousness. Even the great Upanishads talk about the Atman, the Supreme Self. They say you are not the body, you are the soul. You are the Atman. But Buddha goes one step further. He says even the Atman is a reflection of the ego. Even the Supreme Self is still a self. And where there is a self, there is a boundary. Where there is a boundary, there is a potential for conflict, for otherness. Buddha says, go deeper. Beyond the self is the no self. Beyond the Atman is Anatman. Just pure infinite space. Imagine a house. You can talk about the bricks, the doors, the windows, but the house is actually the space inside. If you take away the walls, where is the house? The house disappears, but the space remains. That space was never part of the house. The house was just a temporary boundary in the space. You are the space. The body, the mind, the ego, these are the walls. The quantum leap is the realization that you are not the walls. You are the empty room. And because you are empty, you can contain the whole universe. The scholar Rio was trying to fill his room with sutras, with knowledge, with meanings. He was making his room very crowded. He was so full of himself that there was no space for the truth to enter. Baso's shout was like a sledgehammer hitting the walls. Professor, when Rio turned back for a split second, the wall cracked. In that crack, he saw the sky. This is what I call the turning of the light. Usually, our light is focused on objects. We are object oriented. We are interested in money, in people, in fame, all objects. Zen says, turn the light around. Let the subject see itself. Let the looker see the looking. This is the most difficult thing of all. Buddha says it is difficult to see one's own nature and follow the way. It is difficult because we are afraid of what we will find, or rather, what we won't find. We are afraid that if we look inside, we will find nothing. And I say, yes, you will find nothing. But that nothing is not nothingness. It is no thingness. It is the source of all things. It is the sunyata, the zero. In mathematics, the zero has no value of its own, yet without it, you cannot count. It is the basis of all numbers. In existence, the no mind is the zero. It is the silence from which all music is born. It is the emptiness from which all forms arise. When you reach this source, you are a Sramana. A Sramana is someone who has reached the source and comprehended the immaterial. The immaterial is the quantum field. It is the energy that has no mass, no shape, no weight. Modern physics says that matter is just a condensed form of energy. Buddha said the same thing 2500 years ago. He said, form is emptiness and emptiness is form. Your body looks solid, but it is just a dance of atoms. Your mind looks solid, but it is just a dance of thoughts. If you go deep enough, the dancer disappears and only the dance remains. The quantum leap is the realization that you are the dance, not the dancer. Most of you are trying to be dancers. You are trying to control the dance, to make it look good, to win a prize. This trying is the ego. The moment you drop the trying, the dance becomes a happening. It becomes spontaneous. It becomes divine. This is the discipline of transcendence. It is not a discipline of doing. It is a discipline of being. Buddha mentions that it is difficult for the strong and the rich to observe the way. Let's look at the rich mind again. A rich mind is one that is full of possessions, not just money, but knowledge, virtue, and respectability. Such a mind is very heavy, it cannot jump. To take a quantum leap, you need to be light, you need to be poor in spirit. This poverty is the greatest wealth. It is the wealth of being empty. When you are empty, you are available. When you are available, the whole existence can flow through you. I have heard of a man who went to see a Zen master. The man was a great scholar like Rio. He started talking about his ideas, his theories, his interpretations of the sutras. The master listened in silence and then offered the scholar some tea. The master started pouring the tea into the scholar's cup. The cup became full, but the master kept pouring. The tea started overflowing onto the table, onto the floor. The scholar shouted, "Stop! The cup is full. No more will go in." The master smiled and said, "Like this cup, you are full of your own opinions and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" Empty your cup. Everything I am saying is meant to help you empty your cup. My words are not meant to give you more tea. They are meant to help you pour out the old stale tea you have been carrying for years. Rio of Cezanne was full of Mind Sutra tea. Baso wanted him to taste the no mind tea. But no mind tea has no taste, no color, no smell. It is just pure water from the source. To drink this water, you must disregard your life, the life of the ego, and go to certain death. You must be willing to let your scholar die, let your professor die, let your personality die. In the discipline of transcendence, I explain that the Arhat is one who is pure and spotless. This purity is not the purity of the moralist. The moralist's purity is just a whitewashed ego. He thinks he is pure because he doesn't do bad things. But his very thinking that he is pure is a bad thing. It is the ultimate pride. The purity of an Arhat is the purity of a mirror. A mirror reflects whatever comes before it. If a beautiful flower comes, it reflects the flower. If a heap of garbage comes, it reflects the garbage. But the mirror itself never becomes the flower or the garbage. It remains pure and spotless. Your consciousness is a mirror. The thoughts are just the reflections. You don't have to clean the reflections. You just have to realize you are the mirror. This is the most excellent way. But the mind says, wait, if I am just a mirror, then I am nothing. I have no character, no story, no history. Yes, that is the beauty of it. You are historyless, you are timeless. The actor has a history, the actor has a resume, the actor has a biography, but the witness has nothing. The witness is just a presence. The quantum leap is the shift from the biography to the presence. When you live in presence, you are an anagamin, one who does not return. You don't return to the old ruts of the mind. You don't return to the same old patterns of misery and desire. You have ascended to the heaven, not a geographical heaven, but a heaven of consciousness. This is possible for you right now. You don't need to wait for your death to become an anagamin. You can die to the past this very second. The mind will say, but I have so many responsibilities. I have a family, a job, a reputation. Listen to me. Your responsibilities are part of the play. You can play the role of a father, a husband, a worker far better if you are not identified with the role. If you are a witness, you can play the role with grace, with humor, with love. You won't be stressed by the role because you know it's just a play. The mummy is stressed because she thinks the child is her reality. The mother is graceful because she knows the child is a soul passing through her. The actor is nervous about the audience. The witness just enjoys the show. The quantum leap makes you the audience of your own life. And once you are the audience, you see the cosmic joke. You see that all your serious problems were just scenes in a comedy. You see that your struggles for enlightenment were the funniest part of all, because you were trying to find what you never lost. It's like a man looking for his glasses when they are already on his nose. He looks under the bed, he looks in the closet, he asks everyone, "Have you seen my glasses?" He is very serious. He is in agony. And then he accidentally touches his nose, and oh, that oh is the quantum leap. That oh is the laughter of the Buddha. Rio of Cezanne was looking for the mind in the sutras. Baso touched his nose by calling out, "Professor." In that moment, Rio touched the no mind on his own face. You see, my beloved ones, the truth is so close that you are looking over it. It is the very looker who is looking for it. The eye cannot see itself unless there is a mirror. I am your mirror. I am here to reflect your original face back to you. Your original face is not the face you see in the bathroom mirror, that is the face of the mummy, the face of the actor. Your original face is the face you had before you were born, and the face you will have after you die. It is a face of pure light. It is a face of no mind. To see this face, you have to disregard the agreements and disagreements of the mind. Buddha says it is difficult not to hanker after that which is agreeable. This hankering is the glue that keeps you stuck to the mind. You are always looking for a good feeling, a pleasant experience. But a Buddha is beyond pleasant and unpleasant. He is in a state of Anand, bliss. Bliss is not pleasure. Pleasure is always dependent on something outside. Bliss is your internal nature. Pleasure is a thing you get. Bliss is a state you are. Pleasure is always followed by pain. They are the two sides of the same coin. If you want pleasure, you will have to accept pain. They come together. You cannot have one without the other. The quantum leap is jumping off the coin altogether. It is the realization that I am neither the pleasure nor the pain. I am the one who knows both. This knowing is your liberation. In the discipline of transcendence, I talk about the Srotapanna, the stream enterer. This is the one who has entered the stream of truth. Once you enter the stream, you don't have to do anything. The stream itself will carry you to the ocean. Entering the stream is the quantum leap. Before the leap, you were standing on the bank, trying to decide whether to jump or not. You were calculating. You were weighing the pros and cons. If I jump, what will happen? Will I drown? Is the water cold? The calculation is the mind. The jump is the no mind. And I tell you, the water is not cold. The water is pure bliss. And you cannot drown because you are the water. The fear of drowning is the fear of the ego. But the ego should drown. Let it drown. The sooner it drowns, the better. Because only when the ego drop drowns does the ocean consciousness arise. This is the immaterial that the Sramanas comprehend. They comprehend that the solid world is just a dream, a shadow. The only substance is consciousness. You have been told that you are a body with a soul. This is a mistake. You are a soul that has a body. Or even better, you are consciousness that is currently dreaming. It is a body. The quantum leap is the waking up from this dream. And how to wake up? By being aware of the dreamer. When you are dreaming at night, you think the dream is real. You are being chased by a tiger and you are terrified. Your heart is beating fast. You are sweating. The tiger is real for you. But the moment you wake up, you laugh. There was no tiger. There was only you in your bed. Your problems are that tiger. Your anxieties are that dream. Waking up is the only solution. You cannot solve a problem inside a dream. If you are being chased by a tiger in a dream, you can try to run faster. You can try to climb a tree. You can try to fight the tiger, but it's all part of the dream. The only real way to solve the problem is to wake up. Meditation is the art of waking up. It is the discipline of transcendence. And Zen is the shortcut. Zen doesn't believe in gradual awakening. It believes in sudden enlightenment. Satori. Why gradual? If you are in a dark room, do you need to bring the light in gradually? Do you bring the first percent of the light, then the second percent? No, you just flip the switch. Awareness is the switch, and the switch is always within your reach. It is in the now. Don't say, I will meditate tomorrow. Tomorrow is the mind's way of avoiding the leap. The mind lives in the then and there. The no mind lives in the here and now. Be here, now. Look at your mind. See the thoughts passing by. See the actor trying to play a role. See the jester trying to find meaning. And then look at the one who is seeing. Professor, turn back. In that turning, the mind sutra becomes silent. In that turning, the quantum leap is completed. You are no longer the one who is seeking, you are the one who is sought. You are no longer the one who is knocking on the door, you are the one who is behind the door. As the Sufis say, I was knocking on the door for 40 years, only to find that the door was never locked, and I was inside all along. You are inside. You are the Buddha. You are the source. Don't let the mind tell you otherwise. The mind is a liar. It is a jester. Listen to the heart. Listen to the silence. This silence is your true home. Carry this silence with you. Let it be the background of your life. When you speak, let the silence be the source of your words. When you act, let the silence be the space in which the action happens. Then you are a Sramana. Then you are an Arhat. Then you are a Buddha. The pilgrimage from animal to ultimate consciousness is completed. And what a beautiful pilgrimage it is. From the mummy of the ego to the mother of the soul. From the actor of the mind to the witness of no mind. From the drop to the ocean. The quantum leap has been taken. The light is on. The room is lit. The dream is over. Welcome home. Let's just be in this light for a moment. No movement, no thought, just isness. This is it. Thisness is the truth. Everything else is just lecture. Everything else is just meaning. This is the reality. This reality is not a goal to be achieved. It is a presence to be recognized. And the recognition happens only when you are even-minded. Buddha says it is difficult to be even-minded. Why? Because the mind is like a pendulum. It moves from one extreme to the other. It moves from love to hate, from joy to sorrow, from activity to lethargy. The mind cannot stay in the middle. The moment it stays in the middle, it stops. A pendulum that stops in the middle is no longer a pendulum. A mind that stops in the middle is no longer a mind, it is no mind. The middle is the point of the quantum leap. When you are in the middle, you are even-minded. You are neither far nor against. You are simply a witness. But look at your life, you are always taking sides. You are either a theist or an atheist, a communist or a capitalist, a moralist or a hedonist. You are always this or that. And because you are this or that, you are never the whole. The whole is in the middle. Buddha calls this the Madhyamika, the middle path. It is the path where the observer and the observed melt into one. It is the path where you are so balanced that the gravity of the mind can no longer pull you down. Think of a tightrope walker. He has a long pole in his hands. If he feels he is leaning too much to the left, he immediately moves the pole to the right. If he leans too much to the right, he moves to the left. He is constantly correcting himself to stay in the middle. The middle is not a static point. It is a dynamic balance. Meditation is that dynamic balance. It is difficult to be even-minded because the ego thrives on conflict. The ego needs an other to fight against. If you are even-minded, the ego loses its food, it starves. And the ego is a very hungry ghost. It will do anything to keep the drama going. This is why people are so addicted to their problems. Have you noticed? If you take away someone's problems, they look lost. They don't know who they are anymore. Their whole identity was built around their misery, their struggle, their uniqueness. They say, I have such a complicated life. They feel proud of the complexity. But truth is simple. Truth is the ordinary mind that the Zen masters talk about. But ordinary doesn't mean common. Ordinary means a mind that is no longer trying to be extraordinary. A mind that has dropped all pretensions. The scholar Rio was trying to be extraordinary. He was a professor. He was an authority on the most profound sutras. He was very far from being ordinary. He was stuffed with extraordinary concepts. Baso wanted to strip him naked. He wanted to show him that his extraordinary knowledge was just a burden, a heavy luggage that prevented him from jumping. You see, a jump requires that you are unburdened. If you are carrying a mountain of scriptures on your back, how can you take a quantum leap? You will only sink. Buddha says it is difficult to be sincere. This is another of the 20 difficult things. Now you might think, I am a sincere person, I don't lie, I pay my taxes, I am loyal to my friends. That is social sincerity. That is good behavior. But that is not what Buddha means by sincerity. Spiritual sincerity means being one. It means there is no gap between what you are and what you appear to be. It means you are not a mummy pretending to be a mother. It means you are not an actor playing a role. Most people are a crowd. They have many faces. They have one face for the office, another for the home, another for the club, another for the temple. They are constantly changing masks. And because they have so many masks, they have forgotten their own original face. They are so divided that they are not sincere. They are multi-share. They are fragmented. Sincerity means wholeness. To be whole is the most difficult thing because society demands that you be fragmented. Society wants you to be a role. It doesn't want you to be a soul. If you are a soul, you are dangerous. You are a rebel. You cannot be manipulated. You cannot be predicted. The quantum leap is the act of rebellion. It is the moment you say, I am not my masks, I am not my roles, I am not the expectations of others, I am. In that I am, there is a great silence. The mind is always in the past or the future. It is never sincere with the present. Even while you are listening to me, your mind is probably comparing what I am saying with what you have read in some book, or what your priest told you, or what you think is logical. You are not here. You are in your library, or in your memory, or in your projections. To be sincere with the present moment is the quantum leap. It means listening without the listener. It means seeing without the seer. Rio of Cezanne was listening to Basso with his professor ears. He was waiting for a scholarly debate. He was ready with his arguments. But Basso didn't debate. Basso cut. By what do you lecture? This question was meant to bring Rio into the present. It was meant to make him look at the source of his own words. Rio said, with my mind. He was being honest in the ordinary sense, but he was not being sincere in the spiritual sense. If he had been sincere, he would have been silent. Because if you look deeply into the mind, you will see it is just a record player. It has no authority of its own. It is a servant that has started pretending to be the master. Basso's reply that the mind is like an actor and the meaning like a jester is a masterpiece of psychological insight. Why a jester? Because meaning is always a joke. Meaning is something we project onto the isness of existence. Existence itself has no meaning. A tree is a tree. It is not meaningful for the sake of something else. It is its own meaning. But the mind cannot accept that. The mind wants a reason. It wants a purpose. It wants a destination. The jester is someone who entertains the king. Your meanings are the jesters that entertain your ego king. They make you feel that your life is significant. They make you feel that you are going somewhere. But where can you go? You are already there. The quantum leap is not a movement from here to there. It is a movement from the moving to the stillness. It is the realization that the destination is the starting point. Buddha says it is difficult to find the teacher. This is a very subtle point. You might think teachers are everywhere. Every street has a guru. Every city has a temple. But Buddha is not talking about instructors. He is not talking about people who can teach you a technique or a philosophy. A teacher in the sense of a master is a void. He is a mirror. To find such a teacher is difficult because you are looking for a personality. You are looking for someone who fits your image of a holy man. You want someone who looks pious, who speaks softly, who lives in a certain holy way, But a true master might be a madman like Baso. He might shout, he might hit, he might laugh at your most sacred beliefs. He doesn't want to teach you. He wants to wake you up. And waking up is often a painful process. To find the teacher, you must first become a disciple. And to be a disciple is one of the most difficult things, because a disciple is one who is ready to learn. And learning means dropping the known. Rio was a scholar, which is the opposite of a disciple. A scholar is one who knows. A disciple is one who knows that he knows nothing. The quantum leap happens only in the state of not knowing. In the discipline of transcendence, I speak about the Isrotapanna, the stream enterer. This is the first stage of the pilgrimage. The stream enterer is someone who has caught a glimpse of the immaterial. He has felt the coolness of the source. Usually we are like people living in a desert. We are thirsty and we are running after mirages. The mind is a mirage maker. It tells you, if you get that job, you will be happy. If you marry that person, you will be fulfilled. If you reach that state of meditation, you will be enlightened. Mirage after mirage. The stream enterer is one who has seen the real water. He has seen that the mirages are false. And the moment you see the false as false, you have entered the stream. Entering the stream is a quantum leap, because it is a point of no return. Once you have tasted the real water, you can no longer be satisfied with the desert sand. You might still be in the desert, but your heart is with the stream. You are no longer a seeker of mirages. You are a follower of the flow. The stream will eventually take you to the ocean. You don't have to push the river. You just have to float. But floating is difficult. We have been taught to swim. We have been taught to struggle. We have been taught that life is a competition. We are afraid that if we don't struggle, we will drown. The quantum leap is the courage to stop swimming and start floating. It is the surrender to the Tao, to the Dhamma, to the Logos. Buddha says, it is difficult to see one's own nature and follow the way. Why? Because your nature is no nature. Your nature is emptiness. And to see emptiness is terrifying for the ego. Imagine you go into your house and you find it is empty. Your furniture is gone. Your family is gone. Your walls are gone. You would be panicked. But this is exactly what happens in deep meditation. You go inside and you find the I is gone, the me is gone, the mine is gone. There is only a nothingness. But Zen calls this the great emptiness. It is great because it is not a lack, it is a plenum. It is full of life. It is the sunyata that is purna, the zero that is the infinite. To see one's own nature means to see that you are not a thing. You are a process. You are a flow. In Zen, the quantum leap from mind to no mind, I discuss how this shift from thing to no thing is the essence of the Zen experience. The scholar Rio was trying to define the mind, but the mind cannot be defined because it has no boundaries. It is like the wind, you can feel it, but you cannot catch it in a net. Basso's professor was a net, and Rio was the wind that got caught for a second. In that catching, he realized he was the wind. Think about the 20 difficult things again. Buddha says it is difficult to be even-minded. This even-mindedness is what I call the eye of the storm. The storm is moving all around you, your emotions, your thoughts, the world, the tragedies, the comedies, but at the center there is a point that never moves. This still point is your Buddha nature. The quantum leap is the movement from the moving circumference to the still center. On the circumference, you are always in trouble. One moment you are up, the next you are down. On the circumference, you are a victim of circumstances. In the center, you are the master. Not a master who controls, but a master who witnesses. A true master doesn't control anything. He doesn't even control himself. He is so spontaneous that control is not needed. Control is needed only when there is conflict. If you are one, who will control whom? This is the state of the Arhat. The Arhat is one who has attained the fruits of saintship. But these fruits are not something you can show to others. They are inner fruits. They are the purity and spotlessness of your behavior. And spotless behavior doesn't mean you follow a code of conduct. It means your actions leave no karmic footprints. If you walk on a beach, you leave footprints in the sand. But if you fly in the sky, you leave no footprints. The Arhat is a sky flyer. He acts, but he doesn't do. He loves, but there is no lover. He speaks, but there is no speaker. His actions are like writing on water. The moment the writing is done, it is gone. There is no residue. There is no past being carried into the future. The mind, however, is like writing on a stone. Everything leaves a mark. Every insult, every praise, every success, every failure, it all gets engraved. And your personality is the collection of all these engravings. You are a walking tombstone of your own past. The quantum leap is the explosion of this tombstone. It is the great death that leads to the great life. In the discipline of transcendence, I say that it is difficult to disregard life and go to certain death. I want to emphasize this again. The certain death is the death of your engravings. It is the death of your tombstone. Are you ready to be a blank page? Most people are afraid of being a blank page. They want something written on them. They want a meaning. Even a miserable meaning is better than no meaning at all, they think. But a blank page is the only page on which the divine can write its own song. If the page is already full of your professor knowledge, your mummy conditioning, your social morality, where will the divine write? There is no space. You have to be erased. Baso's professor was an eraser. My work is to be an eraser. I am not here to give you information. I am here to deform you. I am here to uncondition you. I want to take away everything that you think you are, until only that which you really are remains. And what you really are cannot be taken away. That is the only way to find the eternal. If I can take something away from you, it was not yours. It was a borrowed thing. Your knowledge can be taken away. Just a blow to the head and you can lose your memory. Your money can be taken away. Your body can be taken away. But your awareness cannot be taken away. Even in death, the witness remains. The quantum leap is the realization, I am the witness. Once you are the witness, you are beyond the 20 difficult things. They are no longer difficult because there is nobody there to find them difficult. Is it difficult for the sky to let the clouds pass? No. Is it difficult for the mirror to reflect the garbage? No. Difficulty is a concept of the doer. For the witness, everything is thus, tathata. This thusness is the ultimate state. The rain is falling, thus. The heart is beating, thus. The mind is chattering, thus. The professor is turning back thus. In this thusness, there is no problem. There is only happening. The scholar Rio was trying to solve the problem of the mind. Baso showed him that the mind is not a problem to be solved. It is a play to be watched. The mind is like an actor. If you go to a theater and you start trying to solve the play, you are a fool. You are there to watch, to enjoy, to be moved, and then to go home. You don't take the characters home with you. You don't worry about whether the king on stage will really be killed. You know it's a play. Why can't you look at your own life in the same way? The quantum leap is the distancing of yourself from the play. It is not a physical distance, it is a consciousness distance. You are in the middle of the marketplace, but you are also a watcher on the hill. This is the most excellent way to be free from the passions and to be calm. This calm is not the absence of passion, it is the presence of watching. If you are watching your passion, the passion becomes a glow, it becomes a warmth, it becomes compassion. The word compassion means passion with awareness. Without awareness, passion is like a blind fire. It burns you and it burns others. With awareness, passion is like a lamp. It gives light to you and it shows the way to others. The quantum leap turns your blind fire into a cool lamp. This is the transformation of the Sramana. The Sramana is one who has reached the source. And at the source, the fire is always cool. The source is the immaterial. It is the quantum void. When you sit in silence, you are touching this void. Don't be afraid if you feel a sense of nothingness. That nothingness is the footprint of God. Don't be afraid if you feel that your self is disappearing. That is the great departure. The mummy is dying, so the mother can be born. The actor is leaving the stage, so the witness can be revealed. The professor is turning back, so the Buddha can be seen. This is the mystery of Zen. This is the quantum leap. It is sudden because it doesn't happen in time. It happens in the vertical dimension of the now. In the horizontal dimension of time, everything is gradual. You grow old gradually. You learn a language gradually. You build a house gradually. But in the vertical dimension, everything is an explosion. Birth is an explosion. Death is an explosion. Love is an explosion. And enlightenment is the ultimate explosion. It is the explosion of the one into the all. It is the nirvana. the blowing out of the small flame into the infinite light. You have been a small flame for too long, flickering in the wind of your desires, always afraid of being extinguished. I say, blow it out yourself. Don't wait for death to do it. Do it now, through awareness. Blow out the I. Blow out the me. Blow out the mine and see what remains. That which remains is the unborn. That which remains is the undying. That which remains is the Buddha. Carry this taste with you. Don't let the gesture of meaning distract you. Don't let the actor of the mind pull you back onto the stage. Be the witness. Be the zero. Be the quantum leap. The professor has turned back. The scholar has become silent. The mind sutra has been fulfilled. The no mind is lecturing, and the lecture is silence. Listen to it. Drink it, become it. This is the most excellent way. This is the discipline of transcendence. This is Zen. This reality is the only thing that is truly yours. Everything else is borrowed. And that which is borrowed can never satisfy the soul. It only creates a more profound hunger. Buddha says that it is difficult to learn much and be of a generous nature. Look at the scholars, the learned ones. They are the most miserly people in the world. They accumulate information like a miser accumulates gold coins. They are very protective of their knowledge. They won't share it unless they get something in return: prestige, a degree, or a higher position. Their knowledge is not for giving, it is for show. But the quantum leap changes the very definition of much. To learn much doesn't mean to read many books. It means to experience much. And when you experience the vastness of your own being, you become naturally generous. How can you be a miser when you have found an inexhaustible treasure? You want to share it. You want to shout it from the rooftops. You want everyone to wake up and see what you are seeing. The generosity of a Buddha is not an effort, it is an overflow. When a flower blooms, it doesn't try to be generous with its fragrance. It simply is. The fragrance is the excess energy of the flower. When you take the leap into no mind, your consciousness becomes so full that it starts overflowing as compassion. This compassion is the 11th difficult thing. It is difficult because you cannot practice it. If you practice compassion, it is just another role for the actor. You are playing the saint. You are being kind to others because you want to be a good person. This is just a refined ego. True compassion has no motive. It is like the sun shining on a thief and a saint with the same warmth. The sun doesn't distinguish. The sun is just being itself. The scholar Rio of Cezanne was a learned man, but he was not generous. He was defensive. When Baso questioned him, he felt attacked. He was protecting his learnedness. He was like a man who has built a house of cards and is terrified that a small breeze will blow it down. Baso was that breeze. I want to be that breeze for you. I want to blow down your house of cards. Don't be afraid. If your house can be blown down by a breeze, it wasn't a house anyway. It was just a dream. And wouldn't you rather be awake under the open sky than asleep in a fragile dream? The open sky is the immaterial. It is the quantum field. In the discipline of transcendence, I talk about the difficulty of not talking about others' faults. This is the 12th difficult thing. Why is it so hard to stop gossiping? Why do we love to see the flaws in others? Because every time you point out a fault in someone else, your ego feels a little bit superior. You are saying, I am not like that, I am better. This is the actor's way of keeping the limelight. The actor needs to feel that he is the protagonist and everyone else is just a supporting character with many flaws. But the moment you take the quantum leap, you see that the other is just another version of you. You see that the same consciousness that is in you is also in them, just dreaming a different dream. How can you talk about the faults of a dream? If someone is talking in their sleep, do you get angry at them? Do you judge them? No, you just realize they are asleep. A Buddha sees sleep, not faults. When you stop judging, your energy is no longer directed outwards in criticism. It turns inwards and becomes a mirror. Buddha also says it is difficult to remain unconcerned in the world. This doesn't mean you run away to the mountains. If you run away, you are very concerned. You are so concerned that you had to escape. Remaining unconcerned means being in the marketplace but not being of it. It is like a lotus in the mud. The lotus grows in the mud, but it is not muddy. It stays above the water, untouched. Most people are like sponges. They absorb everything. The stress of the office, the anger of the spouse, the anxiety of the news, they are heavy with the world. The quantum leap makes you like a lotus. You are there, you do your work, you love your family, you eat your food, but you are unconcerned. In your deepest core, you know it is a play. You know it is the acting of the mind. This unconcernedness is the secret of eternal youth. You don't get old if you don't accumulate the dust of the world. Your body might age, but your soul remains as fresh as a dewdrop. In Zen, the quantum leap from mind to no mind, I describe the moment of the jump as a moment of absolute freshness. It is as if you are just born. You have no past. You have no mummy conditioning. You have no social suit that you have to fit into. Rio of Cezanne had a very expensive suit. His scholarship, he was proud of it. But when he turned back at Baso's Khan, for a second he forgot his suit. He was just a man. That just a man is the Buddha. You see, the Buddha is not a god. He is not a supernatural being. He is simply a human being who has dropped on the garbage. He is the original man. And this original man is hidden inside you, buried under layers of knowledge, morality, and personality. To find him, you don't need to add anything, you only need to subtract. Buddha says it is difficult to be pure and spotless. This is the goal of the Arhat. But purity is not a moral attainment. Purity is a closeness to the source. Think of a river. At the source in the mountains, the water is pure. It is just water. As it flows down, people throw garbage in it. Factories dump chemicals in it. It becomes impure. But the impurity is only on the surface. If you take that dirty water and you distill it, you get pure water again. The essence was never dirty. It was just mixed with something else. Your consciousness is the river. Your thoughts and desires are the chemicals and garbage. You are currently impure because you are mixed. You think, I am my anger, I am my bank balance, I am my body. The quantum leap is the process of distillation. It is the separation of the witness from the witnessed. Once you are distilled, you are an Arhat. You are pure and spotless. Even if you are in the middle of a dirty world, you remain pure. Because you are no longer mixing yourself with anything. You are just the mirror. Does a mirror get dirty because it reflects a garbage dump? No. You just wipe the mirror and it is as good as new. Meditation is the wiping of the mirror, and Zen is the realization that the mirror was never dirty in the first place, only the reflection was. When Baso said, "No mind can lecture all right," he was pointing to the mirror. The mirror doesn't say anything, yet it reveals everything. The lecture of no mind is a revelation. When you sit in silence, you are lecturing to yourself. Your silence is telling you the most profound secrets of the universe. But you are not listening. You are waiting for the silence to end so you can go back to your meaningful talk. Stop waiting. The silence is the message. In the discipline of transcendence, I explain the difference between the biological and the spiritual. The biological is the horizontal line: birth, growth, reproduction, death. It is the world of the mummy. The spiritual is the vertical line: consciousness, awareness, transcendence, nirvana. It is the world of the mother. Most of you are living only on the horizontal line. You are like a train on a track. You know exactly where you are going. You are going to the graveyard. Every day, you are a little closer to it. The quantum leap is the moment the train leaves the track and becomes an airplane. You move into the vertical dimension. You are no longer moving toward death. You are moving toward life eternal. Death is only for those who are on the track. For the one who has taken the leap, death is just a change of costume. The 13th difficult thing Buddha mentions is to meet with a good friend. Now this sounds easy. We all have friends. But what is a good friend in the spiritual sense? A good friend is not someone who agrees with you. A good friend is not someone who consoles you in your misery. A good friend is someone who disturbs you. A good friend is someone who won't let you sleep. A good friend is a basso who calls out "Professor" just when you are about to walk away in your ego. To find such a friend is rare, because we are all looking for comfort. We want friends who tell us how good we are, how smart we are, how spiritual we are. We want people who reinforce our mummy identity. A true friend, a master, is a destroyer. He destroys your illusions. He is like a surgeon who cuts out the cancer of your ego. It is painful, but it is the only way to save your life. If you have found such a friend, don't let him go. Even if he hits you, even if he insults you, even if he makes you feel like a jester, stay, because he is the only one who truly loves you. Everyone else loves your mask. He loves your original face. And to love the original face, he must first tear off the mask. The quantum leap is the moment you trust the master enough to let him tear off your mask. It is a moment of total surrender. Surrender is not submission. Submission is of the weak. Surrender is of the strong. Submission is forced. Surrender is a let go. It is the surrender of the drop to the ocean. The drop doesn't lose anything in the surrender. It only loses its boundaries. It loses its smallness. It gains the whole ocean. But the drop is afraid. It says, but I won't be a drop anymore. What will happen to my dropness? This dropness is your misery. This dropness is your loneliness. This dropness is your fear of the sun. Why are you clinging to it? Jump. The 14th difficulty is to remain calm when slighted. I want to go deeper into this. Why do we get upset when we are slighted? Because we have a self-image. We have an idea of who we are. If someone treats us in a way that doesn't match that image, we feel slighted. If you think you are a great scholar and someone calls you an idiot, you get angry. But if you know you are nobody, if you have realized anatta, then idiot is just a sound in the air. It doesn't find any hook in you to hang on. It's like throwing a ball at a wall. It bounces back. But if you throw a ball into the sky, where does it go? It just keeps going. The sky doesn't react. Be the sky. If someone insults you, let the insult pass through you. Don't catch it. If you catch it, you are an actor. If you let it pass, you are a witness. The 15th difficulty is not to talk about other people's faults. We already touched on this, but look at the subtlety of it. It's not just about gossip. It's about the mind's tendency to find negativity. The mind is like a fly. It can fly over a beautiful garden full of roses, but it will always find the one small piece of filth and sit on it. The mind is a garbage collector. Awareness is like a bee. It only looks for the nectar. The quantum leap is the shift from the fly mind to the bee consciousness. When you take the leap, you start seeing the Buddha in everyone. You see that everyone is struggling. Everyone is dreaming. Everyone is trying to find their way home. You feel compassion, not criticism. Even for the butcher in the market, Banzan felt enlightenment. He didn't see a killer of animals. He saw a man who had realized the perfection of his own work. He saw the thusness of the situation. This is the comprehending of the immaterial. The 16th difficulty is to disregard life and go to certain death. I return to this again and again because it is the core of the discipline. You must be willing to die as you are. This is what I call the great death. If you die before you die, then when physical death comes, you will laugh. You will say, I have already seen this. I have already gone through this. The death in meditation is a rehearsal for the final departure. It is the practice of disappearing. If you can disappear into silence for 10 minutes, you have conquered death. Because you have seen that even when the I is gone, life remains. And that life is not your life, it is the life. It is the Tao, it is the Dhamma. The scholar Rio was afraid to disappear. He wanted to be the Professor Rio, even in the eyes of Baso. But Baso wouldn't allow it. Baso was a murderer. Every Zen master is a murderer. He murders your ego so that your soul can breathe. Professor Rio turned back. In that turning back, the professor died for a second. The scholar died. Only the turning remains. That turning is the 17th difficulty to see one's own nature. Usually, we are looking at things. We are looking at the roads, at the screen, at the book. We never look at the looking. Think about it. Can you see your own eyes? No. You can see their reflection in a mirror, but you cannot see the eyes themselves. Consciousness is the only thing that can see itself. It is self-luminous. But to see it, you must stop looking outside. You must turn the light around. This is the quantum leap. It is like a U-turn in your awareness. You have been traveling away from yourself for many lives. You have gone far into the world of matter, of meaning, of mind. Now you are being called back. Turn back. And what do you find when you turn back? You find a zero. A beautiful, radiant, blissful zero. The 18th difficulty is to follow the way. This is difficult because the way is not a marked road. It is a pathless land. You have to create the way by walking it. As a great poet said, "Traveler, there is no path. The path is made by walking." When you walk in the world of the mind, you follow the ruts, you follow the tradition, you follow the scriptures. That is easy. You just have to be a sheep. But to follow the way of no mind, you have to be a lion. You have to walk alone. You have to trust your own inner light. Rio was a sheep. He was following the Mind Sutra. Baso wanted him to be a lion. A lion doesn't lecture. A lion roars. And the roar of the lion is the silence of Zen. The 19th difficulty is not to abuse one's authority, when you start getting spiritual results, when you start feeling more peaceful, more aware, the ego will try to use that as a new authority. You will want to teach others. You will want to show off your meditation. You will start judging others as unconscious. This is the spiritual ego. It is the most dangerous ego of all because it is very subtle. It hides behind holy words. The quantum leap is not complete until you have dropped the meditator too. You must reach a state where you don't even know that you are enlightened. If you know you are enlightened, you are not, because the I who knows is still there. A Buddha is so natural that he doesn't think he is anything special. He is just ordinary. He eats when he is hungry. He sleeps when he is tired. He is thus. The 20th difficulty and the most profound is to be sincere. We have come full circle. Sincerity means that your no mind and your action are one. When Baso called out Professor, Rio's turning back was a moment of total sincerity. He didn't think about it. He didn't decide I should turn back now. It happened. It was a spontaneous response. That spontaneity is the most excellent way. If you can be spontaneous, you are a Buddha. But you are not spontaneous. You are deliberate. You are always calculating. You are always rehearsing. Even when you say, I love you, it is a rehearsed sentence. It comes from the mind, not from the heart. The quantum leap is the death of the rehearsal and the birth of the response. It is the shift from the actor to the being. In the discipline of transcendence, I talk about the Arhat as one who is pure and spotless in their behavior. This purity comes from spontaneity. If you are spontaneous, you cannot be dirty, because dirt requires accumulation. A mirror is pure because it doesn't hold on to anything. It reflects the bird and the bird is gone. It reflects the cloud and the cloud is gone. If you are spontaneous, you don't hold on to the past. You don't hold on to the engravings on the stone. You are writing on water. This is the immaterial that the Sramanas comprehend. They comprehend that the only reality is the now. And in the now there is no self. If there is no self, there is no karmic footprint. You are free. The mind says, I want freedom from things, but the true freedom is freedom from the I. As long as there is an I, you are in a prison. Even if the prison is made of gold and decorated with his spirituality, it is still a prison. The quantum leap is the escape from the prison of the I. And you don't need a key. You only need to realize that the door is not locked. In fact, there is no door. The scholar Rio was dusting his sleeves and taking his departure. He thought he was leaving. He thought he was moving from one place to another. But Baso's call made him realize that there is nowhere to go. Professor, where are you going, Rio? You are already here. You are just carrying your mind sutra luggage around the room. Stop the departure. Stop the arrival. Just be. This just being is the Zen, the quantum leap from mind to no mind. It is the most blissful moment. It is the nirvana. Nirvana is not a place you go after death. It is a state of extinction of the ego while you are alive. When the ego is extinguished, what remains? The whole, the divine, the nameless. You are that. Tat Tvam Asi. But don't take my word for it. Don't become a scholar of my words. Take the leap. Experience the no mind for yourself. Sit silently, close your eyes. No movement, just go within. This is the only temple. A jump, a quantum leap from mind to no mind. In this silence, you are the Buddha. In this silence, the lotus of your being opens. Deeper and deeper. Don't be afraid. You are going into yourself. Fearlessly penetrate to the deepest core. Let the body breathe, but you simply become the center of your innermost being. This is the truth. This is the most blissful moment. Carry this taste with you as an undercurrent 24 hours a day, like a fragrance surrounding you. In every one of your actions, let this silence penetrate and make them graceful. Come back to life absolutely new, as if you are just born, fresh, knowing nothing. With open hands, you have completed the pilgrimage from animal to the ultimate consciousness of being a Buddha, an awakened one. The professor is no more. The jester is no more. Only the silence remains. And that silence is the most beautiful lecture of all. It is the Mind Sutra without words. It is the quantum leap without distance. It is you without the me. Beloved ones, The stars are waiting for you. The ocean is waiting for you. The divine is waiting for you. Why are you still standing on the bank? Jump. The water is fine. The water is bliss. The water is God. Be the water. My beloved ones, we have come to the edge of the abyss together. All these words, all these stories of Zen masters and ancient sutras have been nothing but a long preparation for this single moment, the moment you stop seeking and start seeing. We have discussed the 20 difficult things. We have seen the struggle of the scholar Rio, and we have felt the shadow of the mummy over the soul. Now it is time to leave the soul behind forever. The quantum leap is not something that happens once and then you are done. It is a way of living. It is a moment-to-moment realization that you are not the contents of your mind, but the container. You are the vast, silent sky. If this journey into the depths of your own consciousness has touched something real within you, if you feel a flame being lit in your heart, I invite you to click the like button. It is a simple gesture, but it tells the world and it tells the algorithm that there is still a thirst for truth in this noisy age. And if you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, this is not just about following a person. It is about becoming part of a global gathering of seekers who are ready to take the leap into the unknown. Buddha says it is difficult to be sincere. Throughout our lives, we have been taught to be civilized, which is just a polite way of saying false. We have been taught to smile when we are angry, to talk when we want to be silent, and to follow the crowd when we want to walk alone. This falseness is the barrier. To be sincere means to bring your no mind into your daily life. It means being so authentic that even your shadow doesn't lie. When Baso called out Professor, he was testing Rio's sincerity. In that sudden shock, Rio couldn't pretend. His turning back was his first sincere act in years. In that moment, he was not the scholar. He was just a turning. What are you turning towards in your life? Are you turning towards more information, more possessions, more meanings? Or are you turning back to the source? To help you stay connected to this source, I have poured the essence of these talks into our ebooks. You can find them in the description below. Buy these ebooks and keep them close. They are like maps of the inner terrain, designed to remind you of your own light when the world around you seems dark. Reading them is a meditation in itself, a way to keep the fragrance of Zen alive in your heart during the busy hours of the day. The quantum leap is a shift from the I to the zero. In modern science, we are learning that the universe is not made of stuff, but of relationships and energy waves. There is no solid core. This is exactly what Buddha meant by anatta. You are a wave in the ocean of energy. The wave has no separate existence. If the ocean moves, the wave moves. If the ocean is still, the wave is still. When you realize your oceanness, you are free. This is the most excellent way. But remember, the mind will try to reclaim you. It will say, okay, that was a beautiful meditation. Now let's get back to your problems. When the mind says this, just laugh. Laughter is the best way to keep the mind at a distance. Don't fight the problem, just see its jester nature. See that the problem is just a scene in the play. For those of you who feel called to support this work more deeply, to help us keep this lighthouse burning for all the last sips in the sea of the mind, please consider clicking the join button. Becoming a member of this community allows us to continue bringing these teachings to the world. And if you feel a special gratitude for a specific insight today, you can use the Super Thanks feature to make a direct contribution. Your generosity is not just a donation, it is an act of sharing the bliss you have found. As we reach the final silence of this discourse, I want you to remember one thing. You are not a seeker. You are that which you are seeking. The pilgrimage is over the moment you realize you have never left home. You have been dreaming of a long journey, of many lives, of many struggles, but you have always been sitting in the heart of the divine. Stop the effort, drop the mind, be the no mind. This is the quantum leap. This is Zen. This is your reality. I will wait for you in the silence, not as a person, but as the silence itself. Whenever you are silent, I am there. Whenever you are empty, we are one. Go now and walk gracefully. Let your life be a dance. Let your death be a celebration. For the Buddha, there is no difference. Blessings to you all.